Dwarf Warrior 25 just subscribed for 30 months.
holding our breath for... Yeah, I was like, that's awkward, isn't it? I was literally... The words were leaving my mouth, holding my breath for technical difficulties as I clicked on the wrong scene. Professional. I've done this before, guys. I promise. I promise. Right. Hi, everyone.
It is what it is.
It's Wednesday.
My dudes.
You know what that means? Oh, Jesus Christ, jump out my fucking skin. Boo, you bastard. It's time for some Deans and Deans with the homies of Kerecekian duty.
Oh, the fuck's happening?
Biggie's roundup.
He's nuts.
Let's get it rounded up so we can crack on.
Well, quick roundup for Azora. Nothing happened. Left hanging.
No, Azora doesn't know because he wasn't here.
Yeah. There was a lot of, I think, in the morning. It started the morning. Zephyra and her sister woke up at the guild house. Decided they were going to go to the guardhouse, try to sort out the issue with trying to free the ones that they found out had been wrongly accused. Two of her kin had decided to take the fall for two of the younger ones and were willing to face the death penalty in place of them. The ones that they had been the ones that committed the murder found out that they were going to go to the guardhouse and decided to do a runner, not counting on a very, very quick monk thwarting one of their escapes quite well.
On your left?
On your left, it's completely. Yeah. Literally, practically floated out of the window after them and ran ahead and tackled them, brought them back. And it was after that Zephyra and her sister went to the guardhouse, and there was a lot of back and to discussion with the captain about what would happen, and the captain seemed quite reluctant at first to want to
let criminals go.
Basically, yes.
Well, no,
law is the law,
let them go, not murder them.
The law is the law, and it is decided on by the heads of the four houses what the law is and what the punishment is for crimes.
Some very good persuasion rolls, buying a little backhanded bone throw from the captain.
Yeah. Sophia also had a discussion with the prisoners themselves, asking why. And I think it was revealed that one of them was related. Older brother, that was it. And just didn't want them to take the fall. So they took the place. It was after a very long discussion, decided to, I'm trying to remember, I think Zephyra wanted to go and talk with House Teldarin.
Yeah.
And also Scath wanted to...
Mr. Charismatic himself.
Yes. On the way, though, Scath decided to go and have a talk with Octavian in House of Manifax. who also wanted to know what happened to Azora. So Scath explained that. We don't know where he is. But then he decided to try his hand at persuading Octavian to perhaps, see if we can change the law and maybe help out Zephyra in lessening the...
Punishment.
What's the word?
Punishment.
The punishment for the crimes they committed. And somehow the super charismatic
-2 to persuasion
lizard pulled it off. And yeah, so that's one leader persuaded. 3 to go. It was then that Jin went to the temple, I believe, to try to get the cleric to try and find out where Azura was. And after an attempt at scrying which failed, it was then discovered that it's probably that Azura is on another plane. So a message was sent, which, when hearing it, gave Azura a rekindled hope, because he was in a bit of a mental state that he was beginning to think that, you know what, I'm starting to accept that this is where I'm going to stay. But the message rekindled the hope, and he replied to the message of thanks. I can't remember. I'm really sorry, I can't remember what else happened.
That was the end.
That was pretty much, but
decided to.
Although it was a short recap, it was a lot of roleplay.
Yeah, pay your taxes, children. Children. Pay your taxes, children. And so there we were, with a perhaps point of relief, maybe, for our Ginocles, as he has managed to send a message Azura's way, and with a response, knows that he is at least still somewhere.
Over the horizon.
Scath.
Yes.
We left you in Zarmanafak's tower. What is your plan?
I think it was, I said last week, after, obviously I spoke to Octavian, that I would then leave, and then I think it was go to Dizzy Temple and meet up with Jin. So I believe that was I go there, Jin goes to Temple, and then Zephyra goes to
Tal'Daran.
One.
Okay.
And obviously,
So we'll do a little bit of...
House, no?
so yeah, I'll be...
Sister went to Tal'Daran House.
Yes, Vitani was already there. She'd gone in advance as you guys went to the guardhouse.
Then we split up, and then Zephyra went to meet her sister.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll do a little bit of timey-wimey, and the job in the temple will conveniently match up with Scath arriving. We love how time works convenient, because I fucking say so.
Thank you, God.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, God.
You are the god of your world, so...
I'll do a slight...
we like conveniently remerging.
Thank you,
the split
Supreme
party.
Overlord.
And then along came Zeus.
And then along came this.
It was sneaky, sleight of hand, pickpocket some people as I walk past.
Do you want to?
But if But if
Be careful
if
what
it's
you wish
good-
for. You will have to. Are you gonna go round to the north past Tolderin or round to the south on your way to the temple? Past the
Whichever's quickest.
Well, probably south because the front entrance is the south of that rock tower that the tower's on. To be fair, so you're walking past the worksmen's camps. You gonna dip your toe in that jacuzzi, or you're walking past? Fuck 'em. Give me a perception check, Scathocles, as you're making your way around to the temple.
Aphocles. I like
Scathocles.
For the perception, you said.
Yes, sir.
12.
12. Cool. There's people in the worksmen's camps. You can see that Hooray! Jin, you're chilling in the temple, getting some work done. Zephyra. You make your way, leaving Jin's side with a hug and sending him on his way towards the temple. You make your way into the front entrance of Tolderin House, and for the first time, you've not been in here properly yet. The open courtyard, very much in keeping with the sandy, deserty theme, but it's I like to envision it's got a very kind of Moroccan, Spanish that kind of terracotta-y
Ooh,
like vibe in the courtyard. A lot of
they're doing siesta.
yeah, you can see like in a lot of the buildings in this quadrant, which is one of the bigger quadrants. Like like House Gulreen's mostly just one large building. These guys have got like a not walled, but walled via building an actual area within the city.
Okay, yeah.
Probably leading into them having the monies.
The money.
You can see a lot of the doorways and windows are like the gravestone cut open. As you know, they enjoy the rain and the weather that doesn't come very often. So it's open air for the most part. The only real doors you find are on that ground level, just to not let any of the water in and to prevent free entry into all of the buildings. You can see the doors that are present are quite thick wood. They've got some aesthetic battens of metal across them to reinforce the doors. Again, as you walk in this place, you can tell now that you're aware that they have the money, you're like, yeah, fair enough. Whilst there's an aesthetic vibe, you can tell that some extra pennies have been spent on the Tolderin compound.
Yeah, fair enough.
You hear some noise from the upper decks and platforms, the roofs and stuff. There is some activity. Members of Tolderin House still vibing with what little rain still exists.
I will knock on the door.
We go into the main building.
Main building, yeah. That's where I'd assume my sister would be.
Okay, yeah, you knock on the door. Give me a perception check.
Oh boy.
What do you want?
Yeah.
What do you want? Who are you?
This door's too thick. Can't fucking hear through it.
13.
With a 13, you knock on the door, and it's almost a little louder than you'd anticipate. You can imagine the interior kind of echoes a little. There's a hear it reverb. Like, oh, fuck, you know.
Oh.
A couple of seconds go by, and the door creeps open. The smiling face of a tall, slender female blue dragonborn. Hello, and you can tell she looks you up and down, and of course, being another blue dragonborn, there's a face of recognition instinctually before it changes to a look of maybe I don't know this blue dragonborn. She kind of looks you up and down. Yes.
Hello. I am looking for the guildmaster. Is she here?
Yes. Forgive me. I don't think we've met.
Oh, I'm Zephyra. I'm gonna reach out a hand.
Zephyra. You see, she kind of looks. Have you got? So with your armor, it's mostly just the body, isn't it? Your arms aren't.
Yeah.
So she kind of looks. There's an element of apprehension there as she looks, and then she kind of takes your hand quite delicately, doesn't firmly grasp. She kind of shakes it to be polite, if nothing else. Yes. Step in. Are you armed?
Well, I've said this.
Always.
Sword strapped to her back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, no problem. Please take a seat, and would you like any refreshment or?
Oh, no, but thank you.
Okay. Right. And she kind of, as she starts to walk away, rather than just turning and walking, she almost doesn't want to take your eyes off you for a few seconds, and then makes her way out the back. You can see through this large art, again, terracotta, built into the stone doorway. There's hanging drapes of multi-blue shaded cloth, enough to obscure the visual, but sheer. If you were to look really hard, you can see elements through. This opening foyer is mostly open. You can tell that looking at the floor, there's a the word escapes me. Mosaic of just slightly different shades of sandstone that form a picture that's hard to make out at first. Do you spend some time to inspect it?
I'm just gonna sort of tilt my head until I get what it's supposed to be.
Give me an investigation check.
Okay. 14.
Mm-hmm. So it looks to be designed. Unfortunately, it's a poor design. It's after studying it, you gather that it's meant to be a dragonborn that's bowing, but the proportions aren't quite right, and it looks like almost a head with legs protruding from the chin. It's not quite proportioned well. But you just about make it out. It's like
kind of just snorts a little bit.
It's one of those. It's probably one of those. I've paid an artist to design my floor motif, and it's just shit.
An artist.
Yeah. Someone
self-proclaimed artist.
How the fuck I can do a mosaic for you. Stones. They've tried. But this larger open foyer, it's about a good 40 by 40 foot, mostly square room. You gather this is like a gathering foyer. They'd probably host groups of people here, etc. So it's mostly open. There's some elements of hanging plant from a couple of towards the edges.
Very nice.
They're not amazingly kept, but kept as best as you can in the mostly dry landscape.
Yeah.
Again, probably afforded some nice plants that show wealth, but ultimately are fucking hard to maintain with no water.
Yeah.
After a minute or two, the Dragonborn lady returns. Yes, the Guildmaster Vitani is just in finishing her conversation with our lord. Do you need to see them both, or is it just a message you need passing on? Or
if I could meet them both, that would be perfect.
Yes, okay, no problem. I will head back upstairs and relay that. Do you require any company, or?
I mean, I could also just come with you.
You probably could. You see she kind of looks back and looks up the stairs. Give me a persuasion check.
That's a 18.
Yeah. Okay. Will save me relaying any more messages. Please, this way.
No, follow.
So you make your way through the sheer multi-shaded cloth, and as you touch it, it's like noticeably cool in this like environment. You might like your party almost wants to wrap it round briefly, it's like noticeably off temperature. But it cools you down just a touch as you make your way through. You turn into this wide corridor, as corridors go. It's a good 15-ish, give or take, feet.
Nice corridor, yes.
As you make your way down towards a stairway it's like a built stone stairway that winds up to the next floor.
Ooh.
The stairs are like 10 feet wide. Everything's wide. And I suppose if you cast your mind back to the Lord of the House,
Well,
good old Jemias, it's not just wealth and space, perhaps it's purposeful size. It's everything slightly larger than necessary in this building.
Master of the house.
Master of the house, good old Jemias, so daring. Will you follow her up the stairs that wind round? And you can see that this platform now, this upper floor, whilst the ground floor was mostly dry and kept as the door has prevented the influx of rain, there are some damp patches where you can tell the rain has maybe just trickled in through the now open doorways of the upper first floor. She leads you through a wide 15-foot archway into another room where you can see at the back, for us Star Wars fans out there, we've just walked into Jabba the Hutt's gaff. A large chaise lounge that doesn't have legs. It's on the floor, whether that was how it was made or whether it's how it is now.
fallen.
But it looks purposeful. A good, nice, long, with a large table that has some simple elements of fruit and a plate of dried meats. Just a little snack table. You can see...
Is there a Princess Leia?
There's not quite a Princess Leia, but stood at the side, holding a tray with a jug of water, is another slender female dragonborn, wearing... She's not in a bikini, but it's respectful, but she's noticeably wearing less than the simple robes of what many of the house members wear.
Fair enough.
You can see draped across the chaise lounge, lying comfortably with his tail swishing in the air. It's a bit of a chody tail. It's wider than it is long, but it still waves behind him nonetheless. The good old lord of the house. The lord. Solo.
Could have fed the entire clan with one guy.
Yes, probably.
Take him to the mountains.
Definitely.
Main question is, does he have a cantina band?
He doesn't have a cantina band. That's that.
Aww.
It's not a complete Star Wars rip. But
too bad.
Jemias Tolveren is sat on his chaise lounge. You can see stood awkwardly next to her main guard is Vitani, who comparatively she's been mostly stood up right. Always, now that you can see her in this way, you've noticed that up until now she's always had an air of, I just don't belong here. I'm going to stay ready, because if I relax at all or let my guard down, who knows what will happen. But you can tell she's like leaning up against the table, not sitting on it, but she's kind of leaning up against the table in an exchange with Master Jemias. And you walk in and she turns. Give me a quick perception check. Perception or insight? Up to you.
It's both 16. I'll do insight.
Insight. As much as she quite clearly doesn't want to be there, you can tell that it's less of a, oh shit, get me out of here. It's more of a relaxed, okay, I think I'm done with this guy. You know, she's not wound up or upset or disturbed, but you can tell she's kind of over it. And she kind of looks at you and gives you a smile that says, rescue me, and then she turns and smiles and nods back at Demias.
What a mood!
Through many ventures and old family taxations, I was able to gather quite a substantial fund and build my own small domain in the city.
I'm just gonna let him talk and step up next to my sister while he yaps.
Yes, well, it is an absolutely delightful abode, and hopefully we can flourish a working relationship that benefits us all in the city. Oh, who's this delight that's just walked in?
Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Zephyra.
Well, it's not very often beautiful dragonborn clad in very nice armour walk into my house. Scratches his chin and you see some flakes of dry skin just drop onto his chest.
I just look at my sister.
You see he waves his tail and gently nudges the girl at the end of at the chaise lounge, and she kind of, not rough, but kind of takes the nudge and comes over with the jug. And you notice there's no cup on the jug. He just opens his mouth and she just pours some water in and then goes and stands at the end.
I was hoping I could talk to my sister for like 5 minutes.
Ah, your sister! Well, I did say to young Vitani that as beautiful as she is, it clearly runs in the family. So, you have business as well?
Yes, but I'd like to discuss with her first, if that's okay.
Yes, well, if you don't need me, then I suppose I could just be here whenever you're ready.
It took a good 10 minutes to leave the room anyway.
Great. Patani, can I borrow you for 5 minutes?
Yes. She grabs your hand and leads you out of the archway quicker than you were expecting.
Oh, just kind of quietly give her a look that says, oh shit.
I
know
I need to be nice to him,
God.
and in fairness, there's nothing wrong with him, but
I'm afraid we're gonna need to be even nicer to him.
she kind of looks at you with a raised eyebrow.
So I talked to the captain at the guardhouse, and while she's, of course, reluctant about, first of all, believing me that they have two wrong, and secondly, of not killing them this afternoon. There's a rule that if they were to make an exception and let them take another punishment that isn't death, but rather lets them continue their life, but I guess learn. I don't know how long the punishment will be, but it's not going to be death. That's the most important thing. Just we need to convince all the heads of the houses to give us their
You
vote.
almost see the bead of sweat form on her forehead as those words leave your mouth. She closes her eyes and slowly nods, knowing exactly what you're about to say.
So we'll need to play nice, very nice, Tani.
Well, Do you want to do the talking?
I was afraid you were going to say that.
Please.
Well,
You're not the one that needs to stay here after all.
no, I mean, so what have we learned about him? What have you learned about him? Money? And
He
pretty?
loves money.
He likes pretty women.
Yes.
Fair enough, I suppose. She just kind of gonna pull out my hair tie, because that always works. While starts combing through her hair.
So she kind of reaches back and just gives it a zhuzh. Good idea. I'll be right here. She
How helpful.
kind of nudges you gently with her shoulder.
You're done with the talking, I suppose. Gonna give me moral support by standing next to me and looking pretty, please?
Yes, I suppose I could.
Thanks. Whew. I can't believe I'm gonna have to do this for a guy. Normally we just... men. Okay. Straightens herself out and goes back in. Big smile on her face.
You see that he's moved from his kind of leaning to a seated position. And as you kind of enter the room, you hear an audible creak as the mostly wooden frame is doing its best. He
I feel bad for his furniture.
sits up and leans himself back.
Oh,
Kind of gently clicks and nods with a smile towards the table. The girl with the tray goes and grabs a slice of meat and a bit of fruit and comes back over. Hands it to him and he just rests it on his belly. So, ladies, I see upon your return you must have something else you wish. Is the business to include me this time?
yes, it is. And I'm gonna, like the Tanya was doing earlier, just kind of casually lean against the table. Maybe play with the strand of hair a little bit.
See, he's just sitting there with a big gawky smile on his face.
Yes. So, I suppose we have a bit of a favor to ask.
Ah! Now you see, there's two things that I tend to lean towards. There's business, and there's favours. Now, business tends to benefit both parties. Favours? What kind of favour?
Well, you see, when our kin came to the city first, there has been a bit of an incident.
Ah! As he reaches back underneath one of the cushions, pulls out a bag, chink, drops it on the side of the chaise longue. You can hear with an audible clink, the large money bag has just dropped on the side of the sofa. You need reparations for something?
Oh, actually, we just would need your vote if we would
And
see that there would
immediately he takes
be
it back and tucks it away again.
if we see that there would be an exception made to the law.
Laws have to be unanimously voted.
I know, but it would be great. It would be a great start if we could count at least one vote on our side before we enter the other heads of the houses.
Or you're trying to change the law?
Well, yes, I suppose I am, because frankly, I don't think it very useful to have the death penalty, do you?
Well, it depends. What for, I suppose, you know. Sometimes it's necessary. That's why we voted for it in the first place. But,
Oh, well, but that must have been quite a while ago, and, you see, these... See, they're not just our kin, it's that they're not even fully grown.
oh, the young one. Girls, boys?
Boys.
So good, strong men of the future.
With much to learn, besides the life they learn in the mountains. Quite different from here.
The sisters told me a little bit. So, tell me exactly what you want.
I want you to agree that these 4 boys are to be exempt from the death penalty and are punished in a different way.
And do you know what that way will be?
Well, we have made a suggestion to the captain that they could be used for work away from the city, so they don't cause any more distress. Because you might have heard of Doriosai as well, and it needs to be at least partially rebuilt. That is a lot of hard work that needs to be done.
So, you say favor. What perhaps, should I be so bold, might I garner from this favor?
Well, it would certainly improve help improve future relations with the guild house.
Oh, is that it?
What else is it that you want?
Yeah, the chaise long order being visually creak.
And I'm just gonna lean forward a little bit too and just kind of cross my arms over my chest a little bit and look at him.
Have you got your armour on?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
There's
you
no
were-
boobage.
I was gonna say I
I'm
thought
sorry.
you were trying to boob it a bit. I was like, it's covered by the arm.
I could, but armor is in the way.
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, I like gold.
Yes.
I like platinum more. There's not a lot you can't do with deep pockets. So,
Indeed.
how about, since I suppose this is a favour directly to family of the guildmaster, how about a commission from the guild?
A commission?
Vitani kind of mutters behind you. What does that mean?
So, is this going to be a permanent commission from each job the guild house finishes?
Well, I suppose the details could be arranged later. Many things to factor in, how busy it is. If there's only one job a month, then Probably.
Well, Dragoon is a big city.
That it is.
And I'm sure you would have experience with how the guild was doing before the gala.
You see kind of... It's like a guttural kind of growl in the back of his throat as he hums that time. Without me, mostly. Right. Well, how about I lend you whatever aid you need and staffing. Get yourselves or the guild mistress on her feet as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And we say 20% on every mission, quest, job for the first 6 months.
For the first 6, and after that?
Then maybe we reevaluate.
Mm-hmm.
20% of what?
Of your share from any jobs the guild takes.
I don't think I care about the money, but let's not let him know that.
How about we do 15? And I chip in a little bit myself right now.
Businesswoman. Two things
When I have to be.
I like dearly. Business and women.
Fair enough.
Give me a persuasion check.
June would be so uncomfortable standing if he was in that room.
Maybe I should have taken off the armor too, just for some extra juice.
And like passive insight, you can tell like Vitani's guard is like.
That's
just say the word.
A 16.
16. Okay. 15%. It's old Aaron House.
Mm-hmm. For the first 6 months.
Done. You see, he bangs his fist on the side of the chaise lounge, and it, like, very slightly splinters. And he kind of looks at it and winces, and then tries to hide it with a beard scratch. Right, well, do you need papers formulating? Or anything like that?
I mean, we could probably write up something as we go to the heads of the houses, and if they can all sign it.
Well, I'm sure it wouldn't take the captain long to seek confirmation.
I would hate if you had to inconvenience yourself by going all the way to the guardhouse.
It's true. He lets out this kind of guttural growl that turns into a bit of a whistle. You see 2 robed Dragonborn kind of potter their way in. Yes, Lord. Fetch some parchment and... here, bring it to me. Yes, Lord. And they disappear. You said, you'd, chip in yourself?
Oh, yes, I did. I'm just gonna reach between my boobs under my armor.
See, he licks his lips. You don't know if it's because it's boob gold or because it's gold.
I'm gonna take out the. I'm so glad that my boyfriend isn't here for this. I'm gonna take out the.
I'll murder that man.
The pouch of platinum from Makai. I'm gonna very slowly just pull it open. I'll have a look, and I'm just gonna.
You see, he sniffs the air. And
I'm
he's just waiting.
And I'm gonna stack like 5 platinum between my 2 fingers and hold them out to him.
So he kind of claps. Well, if I may. And he holds his hand out.
Clank them down on his hand.
He passes them into his other hand. And he holds it open. And he holds his hand up again. May I? And he kind of gently licks his lips again.
Another one.
No. I wanted to seal the deal with a kiss on the hand.
No.
Draw the bag closed, drop it back between my boobs, and just hold up my right hand.
And to be fair, as much as you'd imagine, like a he does just plant like a delicate little kiss. It is a bit moist. He has just licked his lips, but he plants a delicate kiss on the back of your hand. You see Vitani kind of
Just smile.
Well,
politely.
he takes one of the platinum and he passes it you back. It was a pleasure to meet the lovely sister of the equally as lovely guildmaster. And he just holds his hand over and tips them onto the tray. And you see the girls like, okay, now.
I wouldn't have to work here.
Yeah, I know, yeah, like. Well, creaky chaise lounge. If you want to make yourself comfortable, enjoy the refreshment. Get you signed and on your way. Who have you seen so far? Who do you need to see next?
My trusted companion has gone talking to Octavian, and
Well,
we still need
is
to
he
go
as
to.
persuasive as you?
He tries his best.
Well, maybe you'll be going next.
Possibly. Well, and then we need to speak to Magda still. But she's lovely. She
Good.
makes a really good stew.
Stew. Yeah, yes.
And then House Pursuer. Well, I don't know how I'm going to approach that yet.
Yeah, it's an interesting bunch. Walls are always wet.
I have to be honest, Lord Tordarin, I don't know how to get into their house, let alone speak to them yet.
Yes. Well, they've got a building. You could call it that, I suppose. It's near the temples. It's not far from here. I suppose it's only really them stopping my expanse, you know. I did want to take the northern section, but with the large ball stables of the guardhouse and Pursuer and the temples that way. Some artifacts to the south I'm kind of pinned in, you know. But if you head that way, I'm sure you'll find one of them lurking. I don't really interact with them too much. You see the Dragonborn walks his way in. The parchment, my lord. You see kind of crouches in front of Jemias, kind of flexes his back to present a flat space. Jemias kind of leans forward.
Flat space.
Plants his hand on the guy's shoulder.
On scales. Oh.
Well, he's got like a robe on, but it's kind of more just a table-ish. A man-made table, so he doesn't have to get up. And he puts the parchment on the fella's back. Right, holds the quill like a crayon, like a child.
Oh dear.
Right. There you go. And he presents it forward. And to be fair, for Crayon, he is a businessman. He signed a few papers in his time. It's pretty nice. It's like if you taught a child calligraphy. It's clearly drawn.
Yeah. Nice.
But it fits the purpose. So
Just
there's my...
Quick read through it.
Yeah, it just says, I vote to support the lovely ladies of the Guild House. Elias told Erin.
You have lovely handwriting.
Oh,
That man ever get rich?
Well, you're welcome anytime. My door is always open to the beauty in blue. But anything
You're
else?
such a charmer. I'll stop it. I'm gonna roll it up and stuff it away. In the boobs it goes.
You see, he kind of smiles and nods. Yes. Anything else?
Oh, well, we're a bit short on time. We have to get to every other house still before the afternoon, so...
I'm sure there'll be plenty of opportunities for us to interact in the future. Guildmaster, Miss Zephyra, have a good day.
Respectful nod with a smile, and then I'm gonna take Vitani's hand and we're gonna fucking go.
Yes, she nods. Oh, Vitani. Thank you again for that thunderous approach you made. My boys haven't been so happy in years. Go on.
Leaves. The archway has already like halfway down the stairs. Just
make your way back down.
Vitani, don't ever make me do that again.
Well, he's nice enough, I suppose. Keeping him sweet will no doubt be a benefit, so...
Well, at least we got one vote already.
Yes, where to next?
So Jin's gone to the temple, so, and if House Pursuer is close to the temple, then it's probably our best bet, because I'm not as concerned about Magda than I am about House Pursuer, because, well, we know Magda, we don't really know these guys.
Okay, do you need me, or should I make sure the rabble are okay? I don't want to leave my ward in charge of them, in fairness. It's not terribly fair on them.
I think I'll be okay. It's just,
well,
I mean, I don't know how much they care about the Guildmaster. No offense, love. I'm just...
It's fine.
They didn't, well, one of them did show up, I think, but, you know, they didn't present anyone.
Right, well, I will head back to the guild house and await your word there.
Okay.
If I see anyone else, I will direct them to... Did you say Master Jin was at the temple?
Yeah.
And Master Scath had gone to the Sarmanifax Tower.
Yes.
And if I see either of them, I'll tell them you are heading to Pursuer.
I think you're fine just calling them Jin and Scath, Tani.
Okay. Right. She leans in and...
Hey, I masterworks.
Shush.
As you
My
walk...
sister's not calling you master.
As you walk through the curtain, you see she kind of, as it brushes across her, she kind of lingers for a second, almost like caught by it.
Nice and cool.
Yes. That is one thing. The air is warmer at ground level. I think the warmth of the sand, I'm not entirely used to it yet. But yes, she leans in and still not used to the armor, gives you an
It's-
awkwardly placed hug, and
I'll
right,
give her a hug too.
escorted
see
out
you-
to the door by the slender dragonborn.
I'll see you hopefully later this afternoon before we have poor people hanging.
Good luck.
And I'm gonna head straight for the temple.
Okay. Scath, you enter the temple grounds, noticing that the more activity in the Wuntian church. 2, 3, maybe even 4 people you see going in. More than the usual, just one lowly priest waiting outside for anyone. You look towards the Avia church. You notice Jin leaving the Kerecekian church.
In?
Yeah.
Everything good, my friend?
Big guy's off plane. Took a trip. He's somewhere. We don't know where, but he is not anywhere reachable here. He switched his area code. What can I say?
Any judging of where?
None.
Because if we have to go and look for him, it'd be...
The priest couldn't tell me exactly where, Scaff. It's not within our power to do so. But we did get a message to him, which got delivered, and we got a response. He's still out there. He's alive. I told him to hang in there. And I told him about the delay with getting him back. So he knows he's got 2 more days. At the very least. Let's hope it is just 2 more days, because I don't think there's anybody in this city that's going to be able to help us out.
Yeah, we just got to wait for Ulysses, see if he can pull through.
Bet it does.
Yeah. At least you managed to get a message to him. Did you get a response? Did he sound upbeat? Defeated? You know, how did he feel?
The priest
How did
didn't
it come
really
across?
give me how he came across so much as that he's glad that he was renewed with hope, I think was his wording. Which doesn't fill me with too much confidence about his current situation, perhaps.
It kind of reassures that he's not being tortured, whatever he is.
I don't know how you got that from that, but sure, Scott.
I mean, you ever been tortured?
Yes.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay.
You met my dad, right?
Yeah, you met the guy.
I forgot about your daddy issues. All right, calm down.
Daddy issues. Scaff, one day, my friend. One day.
Umbrella, beach.
Tiny glasses with tiny umbrellas in them. Yes. Yeah.
Bit of good news, though. I did ask Octavian regarding our issue with Zephyra and her kin and about changing the law, and I think we've got Octavian on our side with that.
Even if it's just an exception for these guys, that'll be enough for me.
But yeah, Octavian is... We've got his vote for that.
Slightly surprising, if I do may say so.
What can I say? I was very persuasive.
You.
Yes, me.
Well, I guess
Look,
you found. I
can be
I
persuaded
guess
when
you
I
found
read.
God and wisdom, so this shouldn't surprise me.
I mean, was it good things come in threes?
Good thing comes in freeze. I mean, that's what they say, but I've yet to see it.
You're looking at it.
Am I?
I don't know.
Where's the second part? And the third.
But
Anyway, Scaff, I'm.
at least we can hopefully make Zephyra's day with that a little bit. I'll let you deliver that news to her if you want.
No, that's fine. You do it. It's your efforts. So.
We gonna go to pursue her? Not pursue her. Jesus, what's the house called?
What, the rich fat bastard?
Yeah.
I
Let's go.
I don't really want to, but I guess if you're forcing me, then I will.
Why not? We haven't met the guy yet, technically.
I've met him from a distance. That was enough.
Yeah. Well, as your Zephyra went that way to find her sister, so I mean, may as well go meet up.
Yeah, as long as I don't have to do the talking, I might gut him where he stands. All right, let's go.
Why? What could possibly have gone wrong with you two?
Oh, nothing apart from that. He's most likely part of why this city is the way it is, and I very much despise the way this city is.
Well, fortunately, we're going to need his vote to change this city.
Yep. Yeah, we do.
So, let's play nice for now.
Oh, you see this smile on my face, and I'll pull like this, like made smile, like.
For now, I said. Not forever, just for now. And no killing anyone.
Wasn't suggesting that, was I? Did I say that out loud? I might have.
I can read your mind. And it's, well, filled with bloodlust. I think.
We need to leave this city, is all I'm saying.
I know.
I'm so done with all the.
Once we get the issue with Zephyra's kin and the big guy back, we can take at least 2 days vacation.
I
say-
like your enthusiasm.
I say hopefully.
Scaff, knowing our luck, will be thrown into another maelstrom of nonsense.
Yeah.
No rest for the wicked. And I'm afraid you're traveling with quite wicked people.
We are not wicked. We are kind. We help where we can.
I'll look at him up and down for a moment. And I'll remember, and I'll say to him, remember, I'm carrying Molotov cocktail.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, we're prepared for things that normal people aren't prepared for.
Yeah. Looks at the fire arrows. Yeah.
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 So you guys start
Anyway.
making your way towards Talderan House, leaving the temple area. Azura. Wreathed in darkness, but with a glimmer of renewed hope. Exhausted from a tremendous lack of sleep. Consciousness...
Still just the one, yeah.
Occasionally... Yep, it's only been one night.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. The silence almost becoming audible at times. As paradoxical as that is, your brain tries to make sounds where perhaps they don't exist. And I say perhaps because your mind again tries to convince you that they are real. Whether it's more of the skittering in the hopes of the presence being there, or a dull, quiet ringing just to hear anything. Even the rushing of the blood around your body as you try to focus in, tapping into that rage and magic within you, as wild as it is. Even that, the flashes of colour between your scales has dimmed. Whilst everything seems, looks and feels as bleak as it does, you have that knowledge that your friends are trying to hold on to for now. You almost sense a air pass you in this place that makes you think that, and realise that you've not felt anything. No weather, no change in temperature, no gusts or breezes in this place, but it makes you turn your head slightly as much as you can. You're not going anywhere.
What makes you say that?
Look at you. You're mine in this place. Held until I deem it necessary to let you down.
Well, it's clear that whatever you are, you've never had friends.
I don't need friends when I've got all of you. Give me a perception check.
Ooh. What's that? That's a 16. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You almost miss it, as with but a flash, a moment in time. Everywhere around you in a wave, almost that seems to have pulsed out from you. Wherever it came from, sourceless, just a momentary flash. You can see. The darkness is gone. And for what seems like miles, hundreds, thousands of feet, however you want to measure it, there are like pylons, tall towers, like a field of them. Imagine yourself an ant in a field of grass, or,
You know what I've got coming to mind? That scene out of The
the
Matrix.
Matrix. That's exactly where I got it from. Miles and miles of towers of black, and for as far as the eye could see, chains. The distance between these towers, these pylons, impossible to equate in this instance. But you can see, just very briefly, that where there are chains, perhaps there are others. And then just as quick as it came, it's gone. A flash, a blink. a moment, and you're once again wreathed in entire darkness.
Be right back. Quick bio.
All right, mate.
I'm not the only one.
Did you think yourself so special that you'd be the only one in my expanse?
Not special, and I never thought I was. But unable to see, or hear, or make out anything. What else was I to think? But with all of the others I've just seen, you won't miss me when I'm gone.
You will stay suspended until your last breath. And once the last breath has expired, you will hang until the flesh has melted from your bones. And there your bones will hang forever.
Well, as I said before, you've clearly never had friends. Because I have. And they are looking for me. And they will find me.
You hear a skittering.
Because I have faith in them. And from what I just saw, I'm not going to let you win. You won't break me.
You're gripped by the silence once more.
And I'll just look down, think of my friends, and just smile.
We'll await Jin to return from his bio. Is there anything that perhaps Scath or Zephyra want to do, say, or think about as you are converging, meeting betwixt House Toldarin and the temples?
Gonna keep an eye out for any green dragonborn.
Okay, give me a perception check.
11.
11. Not a particularly perceptive moment, but
I never am perceptive.
sometimes being in the right place at the right time, unless you're completely blind, does yield results. And as expected, perhaps even with your 11, you focus your efforts more in that general direction. And you do see, sat atop a building nearby, it's almost, you almost mistake them for a lizardkin at first. Sat robed. But you do notice a green figure, with a snout too long to be lizard, perhaps. As you converge, seeing on the approach from the temple area, Jin and Scath. You guys notice, as you're approaching, you see Vitani closer to Zarmanafak's rock. Perhaps in the distance, she notices you all meeting up. She gives a polite, I'm on my way somewhere but hello kind of wave, and just doesn't stop, continues her path.
Stab Jin in the side.
What?
Prison shanks! Prison shanks!
I just waved back, Scaff.
You
Polite
got
to
one
do.
sister. You don't need to go after other sister, all right?
You have never been raised with basic courtesy, have you?
I'm messing with you.
You're a cleric. You're supposed to have this stuff down.
What are you bickering about?
Do not make me get the quote book out again.
Oh no.
He needs to learn how to be a cleric, so.
Oh.
I could be a cleric.
Well, like,
Hey.
once we get to the Great Tree, if we ever fucking get there at this point, I'm sure there's lots of people with lots of good advice for you there, Scaff.
I
That's
know
a
how
good
to.
point.
Hang on
That is a
minute.
good point.
I know how to be a very good cleric. I'll just point my finger onto Jin. I'll cast Bless on him. There you go. Cleric.
You feel momentarily emboldened. Impossible
Emboldened.
to deny, nonetheless.
No, don't. Okay. Okay. So
Oh
I've
shit! I
been.
shouldn't have done that.
I'll give Zev a hug.
I'll hug him back. Just, just like hair still down. She's just like, oh, I hope I don't ever have to do that again.
Where did
so-
you go?
I went to house, told Darren,
Okay.
and I talked to the big man in charge, and reached between my boobs under my armor.
Give Jin a.
We got his vote, so that's all that matters.
Do you show what the actual thing is, or it's just like a rolled up piece of paper?
I mean, I rolled it up, pulled it out between my boobs, and I'm just gonna.
Oh, Jin, calm down. Jin, calm. No.
What? I was distracted momentarily. What?
Boobs. I like
Why
your
do you-
take on boobies. And I
Why do
like
you-
boobies.
I'm wearing armor. Anyway, I guess the hair down is too much. I don't know. But yes, we have his vote, so you don't have to sort that anymore. And I only had to let him kiss my hand once. So here we are.
Jin, no. Calm down, Jin.
Don't. Just.
All right, fine. I'll
Better,
let it go.
It was better that way. I didn't want to subject my sister to that. Also, she didn't want to do the talking because he's apparently been talking at her. Not with her, at her. Until I got there.
Makes sense.
Anyway, but I guess the most difficult house still awaits. I have no idea how these pursuer Dragonborn are. I mean, I only know that you guys threatened them. So
Oh shit. I
Yeah.
forgot
To
about
be
that.
fair, that was completely warranted.
Yeah. But we still did threaten them with death.
And I would do it again.
and I'm beginning to think I don't really know what to say because I don't think that the whole I'm actually not that smart, but I'm a pretty girl routine is gonna work with them.
What you pretended not to be smart?
Did some.
I guess that was pretty smart all in itself.
I mean, we did some business, so tilted the odds in our favor. So I guess it was pretty smart, but I can't do that again today. I have already expired all that energy.
Just... What did Azura do when he drank with him last time, didn't he?
I guess,
Yeah, but
we have
I'm-
no
I'm-
idea what. And I don't know if they want to give us a drink after you guys threatened them with death. For the record, I didn't.
They kidnapped one of us.
Yes.
Yeah, but I still didn't threaten them with death.
No, we did.
No,
Yeah,
we
you
didn't.
you did. But I mean, we can only try, I suppose.
So,
I'm sure they'll be understanding of why we did what we did.
shall we try Magda first?
I think we should try Magda first.
But also, Octavian, I spoke to him and
You did.
he's, yeah, he's on our side. We've got his vote.
Huh? How'd you do that?
Huh?
Huh?
I was
Wait,
persuasive.
huh?
I was persuasive.
I know, I'm shocked as well. Pleasantly surprised, as a matter of fact.
Okay. Yeah, that's great. Actually, I'm just. Huh?
You know, the fact that you both had the same reaction hurts my heart, actually.
Well, I mean,
Sad scaff.
are you surprised? Because, I mean, we sure are. But are you surprised that we're surprised?
One,
You have a reputation, Scaff, is all I'm saying.
name
mean,
one time I've had to be charismatic apart from this time.
And you could have been more charismatic when you called me a bitch. But you weren't, so I didn't expect you to be charismatic.
I mean, how do you? I mean, how do you want me to be more charismatic? It's like I could have gone, you bitch.
You could have just not called me a bitch, you know? That's always an option.
And I said sorry, did I not? Multiple times.
Yeah,
We're not gonna let you live it down, don't worry about it.
like 4 days after, and after I saved your sister from being a demon. Eat it. You can rub your face in it. Anyway, I mean, if you wanna try Magda first, I was gonna actually just try and locate the correct house because Jeremiah's looks at the paper again.
Jemias.
Yeah, Jeremiah's. He said they have a building, but they're mostly underground, I would assume, because, there's a building and then there's temples. So I'd assume they're probably down below. But we have to
down.
We just have to find the right house so we know where to go.
They are so sketchy.
I mean,
At this point, I can probably list on one of my hands who's not sketchy in this place.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not sketchy.
Yes, you are.
Just saying that makes you sketchy. But yes, we can go to Magda first. Maybe I'm pretty sure she'll be easier to. I don't even want to say persuade. Just she'd understand, I think.
Wait, we weren't very polite last time we was there, was we?
We weren't. She was. And I wasn't rude.
No, he wasn't rude. He was just.
I put down my weapon so
agitated.
nothing would happen.
Yeah, and you made her flinch because it was so loud. But you were agitated, but you weren't rude. Also, you didn't really speak that much.
I was just there for effect, I think.
I'm just gonna, as we discuss this, I'm just gonna go start walking towards House Galreen because we're kind of on a time limit here.
Timey-wimey stuff.
Yeah, I'm just... I don't know how to approach them about it, to be honest. I don't We don't really know a lot about them. We can't ask Azura because, well, Azura's not here. So, and Mr. Toldarin didn't know a lot about them either. It's not his crowd. Let's just say.
Jin's friend might know a bit about them.
Maybe, but
Depends how much you're willing to pay for the information.
I'm sure we have enough.
I've already lost like
Gold.
5 platinum pieces today. Can we just go talk to Magda for now?
Following you?
Straight.
We should,
Shortest way.
we should go to the casino and get some of that back then.
No, Scarf. We're not gambling.
Jin, with your ridiculously high passive, as you are all talking and you converge and you're discussing where to go next, the building that Zephyra saw, I can't believe it's not a lizard, but possibly a dragonborn in a robe. Almost looking like that Darth Kermit meme. It's just like a green snout protruding from a black robe.
Do it.
Sat atop a roof. And I would imagine throughout the course of conversation trying to determine where you go, perhaps one or two of you may have exchanged a glance in that general direction, discussing where the house might be. As you turn to head south towards House Gulreen, you notice, Jin, as perhaps you exchange a glance over, that there was not just one sat on the roof. Or was there? It's hard to tell. But you certainly see that there is still one sat on the roof, and you see another that looks very similar. Drop down 10-15 feet. Disappear into the building.
Found the building.
Good job.
Do you still want to do Magna first?
I mean, what if we're here already?
You guys. Yeah, you know what? Why not?
What's the worst that could happen?
Would I know that green dragonborn are usually poisonous?
Give me a nature check, I'll say with advantage, because you are a dragonborn.
That is a 15 with no bonus.
Yeah. You would know that perhaps, well, in recollection of the types of dragonborn that there are, that green dragonborn are the only type. Well, you understand that a couple of different colours share lineage with a couple of others.
Mhm.
You know that
Yep.
green ones are the only ones that exhibit poison.
Well, we might end up poisoned, but we'll see how it goes.
Can't you help with that?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
But,
How are you doing on power today?
Good. I haven't used any. I'm fine.
Right, perfect.
The
Apart from
only
your bless.
power I've used is mentally because I had to be very nice. Ooh.
All right. Well, and I'll sort of point at the building that the Green Dragonborn dropped down from and is currently set on top.
Yeah, I'll just start heading over there.
I'll sort of glance up and try and make contact with that guy on the roof.
Yeah, give me a perception check.
Ooh, perception check. First I have to need dice today. That is a lot. But let me find out how much. It's a 24.
24. So looking at the building, you see that there are 2 floors to it. There's the first kind of floor overhanging the doorway where the guy was sat and where you saw a similar looking guy drop down. With your 24, you notice that there is at least one other that is clearly making attempts to obfuscate themselves. Just standing behind the corner, just having a subtle look, but you pick up on their presence as well.
I just sort of... As we approach the building, I just sort of try and... We're approaching, don't kill us, please.
As you approach, again with your stupidly high passive, you do hear the familiar chink of a blade being readied. As you approach, you see the guy sat. He's got one leg kind of draped over, and he's got his foot up. So he's got one dangly leg and one perched. Comfort but practicality, so he can spring if needed, but he's ready to either drop or spring. And it's from him that you hear, perhaps, a hidden blade being readied.
Just sort of casually lean my hand on my hilt as I approach. Just like, the casual, just...
Don't see many hobgoblins around this area in the city.
Well, don't see many of you either, and I can see why. Trying hard enough to hide.
Never mind this area of the city. You don't see many hobgoblins accompanied by lizards and other dragonborn.
Just try leaving the city once in a while. You'll find out a whole lot more.
Perhaps you're not picking up on the fact that I'm referencing the familiarity of your group to my house.
No, I am picking up on that.
So if you're here for trouble, I can promise you it won't go well.
We're not here for trouble.
Just talking.
Very few times do things ever finish with just talking. Everyone wants something. Who are you here to
Request an
see?
audience. The master of your house.
What if Piraz is not here?
I would request the audience nonetheless. Maybe to be made for later today, because time is of the essence.
What for?
There's something to be discussed regarding some of the prisoners. It is me who seeks aid, not them.
8.
Yes.
You see that he draws his dagger and just uses it as just the pointing tool. Just kind of points towards Jin and then towards Scath. And then kind of
Also benefits the future as well.
Taps his dagger on
For
his chin.
everyone.
And then kind of flips it round so it's just facing backwards and then rests his fist on the wall next to his backside.
Okay. I will let you in if for no other reason than to see how well you seek aid. after threatening our house.
Well, I would like to keep the record straight that I didn't threaten you, so you should have no qualms with me.
And the threat was not.
Necessary.
Both
I
sides
know.
had a party.
Okay. Do you like to drink?
Depends on what.
You see a smile just creeps across his face.
I've been known to drink some spicy juice.
He nods.
Well,
You see his tail, he drapes his tail down from under the robe. Gives 3 sharp taps on the door. And lifts his tail back up. The door opens.
Thank you. I'll just head in.
The hospitality is appreciated. Apologies there.
You
Give
see
a
he's
slight nod.
just sitting there smiling at you as you walk in. As you enter, you see a dark tunnel, just illuminated by a tunnel that leads down a set of stairs. This building is obviously just a entryway into as what was assumed would be an underground house. You see, sat in the corner, similarly dressed, you see another figure, Darth Kermit. You see the figure walks past you, doesn't say anything, doesn't look at you, just shuts the door, turns, and then nods. And you look, even as super passive as Jin is, but passive enough as you both are, your perception, you look at this guy, and it's spitting image of the guy you've just spoke to. And as the door shuts, he turns and looks at you, smiles, and then dissipates.
Never trick.
Pretty neat.
You're in this
Useful.
small foyer area, 15 feet by 15 feet maybe, dimly lit with a sconce on the far wall where the stool was. There's a small chest next to the stool, and then there's stairs heading down, disappear into darkness after 15, 20 feet.
Guess there's no one else down here,
There's no one else in this foyer area.
so I'll just head towards the stairs then.
Make your way
All right.
down the stairs, the first flight. Shortly after it disappears into darkness, it starts to turn, and like a square of flights of stairs, you head down 3 or 4 flights. Then it flattens off into a tunnel, almost military bunker-esque, the rounded archway, similar to what Zephyra has just been through. But rather than an archway, it's an elongated tunnel, and you can see along this tunnel there are entryways, passageways and tunnels, varying sizes. Only the dim light of the occasional sconce to guide your path.
I love their architect.
You notice the occasional flowing of water through small openings in the walls. And it becomes slightly clearer what Jemias meant by wet walls.
I'm
Zephyra.
surprised this place didn't flood with all the rain.
And you can tell, on that note, that there is like a good couple of inches of water as you get down to the bottom of the stairs. Bloop, bloop. Your
Oh.
boots,
Splash, splash, splash.
boots
I spoke too
submerge
soon.
in a couple of inches of water. As you start to walk, you can see these little flumes of water that rest in small, now mostly overflowed, little reservoirs, little almost garden water feature-esque reservoirs. And you can tell that the water is flowing. So you imagine it possibly, during the heaviest of rain, probably filled up a bit more than just a couple of inches, but those couple of inches are where it's rested below the drainage of these small fountains up against the walls. It's only 10-15 feet you walk before emerging from two opposing entryways. You see two more, now not dressed like Darth Kermit, but two green Dragon Ball. One a bit more bulky, gives almost crocodile-esque aesthetic. Slightly, or even alligator, slightly longer, thinner snout comparative to his other Dragonborn brethren. But with the muscle comes the slightly, well, more normal sized, I suppose.
Welcome to House Pursuer. Once aggressor, perhaps. Not so much anymore, eh?
No.
Is it
think we're
bravery?
past kidnapping people, right? And just talk to each other. That would be nice.
How is Azora?
Currently got himself in a bit of a predicament. Got that luckily handled for the most part. He is currently, well, I think elsewhere is an understatement.
Well, you can learn a lot from a man who likes to drink. What do you think? He has a strong stomach.
But he does.
That he does.
Thanks to stuff
I'm
we've
not
fed
sure
him
I
over
can
years.
follow his performance when it comes to his constitution.
Well, call it tradition. But any business that we have with outsiders is always done over drinks. So if you're not in a drinking mood, I suggest you head your way back up. But I also know you wouldn't have come for no reason, be it bravery, stupidity, boldness, to walk into the house. But we know that you are Azora's friends, and so we can forgive. A little roughhousing, eh?
I assume you're Piraz then?
My name precedes me. It usually doesn't.
Well. I am Zephyra. This is Jin of Scath.
Okay. You see, he wipes the sides of his mouth. You can just about notice, mostly gin, in this dim light, a small amount of purplish scum around the sides of his mouth. Kind of dashes his fingers. You hear it audibly, quietly, but audibly, splat into the water on the floor.
Well, come with me if you want to talk.
I'll follow.
He leads you a bit further down the hallway into one of the side rooms. In the middle of the room, there's a table, 2 chairs. There's a bench up against the side wall. You follow him in. He sits on the opposite side of the table. You see on the table there's 2 jugs. One's got like a clear liquid in, and one's got a purplish looking liquid in. Gin, again. Mr. Details with your massive passive. You notice there is there's elements of floaties in the purple jug.
So, who is the one that I am to be talking to? I suppose you've not come here for no reason.
No, well, I have the request to make, so it shall be me. I'll sit down across from him.
Sit down next to her.
Feel free to take a seat.
Looks at Scaff.
I'm okay where I am, thank you.
Tit lizard.
So you see, he looks at you all and a smile creeps upon his face.
I know you don't really want to be here, but it's interesting how you might find yourselves in places you don't want to be when there's something that you need, huh?
Yeah, well, that has sort of been pretty much exactly what we've been doing the last few weeks. And we keep finding ourselves in places we don't necessarily want to be, but...
Well, that is a shame. I think my house
we gotta do.
is delightful, is it not? Huh?
It's
I
nice
do
and
have
cool.
to wonder, how do you not get trench foot with the water in?
Well, it doesn't really rain that much, Jin.
That is true. She's a wise lady. There's
True.
not always this much water underfoot.
Use the brain, Jin. Use the brain.
Says the lizard.
We are smart enough to know that perhaps in a tunnel home we need drainage, huh? You saw the fountains on the way in?
Yes.
We can drain
we did.
water. It's fine. Well,
See, from a small satchel, produces 2 shot glasses that obviously haven't been washed. They've just been
Okay, whatever.
They've just been in
Fine.
this bag.
Fine.
how much did Azora tell you, huh?
Nothing.
Not really much, other than he was here being questioned and drinking.
Good man. Well, you get questions. I get questions. Get requests. Maybe I get requests. But each question, each request has a drink. And I'm feeling in a good mood. It has been a good day for me today. So I
Good to
will
hear.
open up with a little bit of honesty.
Mm-hmm.
If you would like to drink for that honesty.
Push the shot glass towards him with, like, one claw.
I will join her on that.
There's only 2 shot glasses.
Oh, there is.
So,
Okay.
so you lean forward as well, Jin.
Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, sure, why not?
He wasn't expecting that. You can see that you read that from his face, and then another smile creeps across his face. Reaches back in his pouch, and it's slightly cleaner. You imagine the 2 main glasses.
Hey!
It's mostly a one-on-one. It's still probably been used, but it's noticeably less worn than the others. Perhaps his favourite
1
shot
shot,
glasses.
2 shot, 3 shot, 4.
Sweetening the deal.
You see a little bit more scum. He wipes it away. Wipes it on the inside of his robe. Takes the purple liquid. Pours 2 shots. Pours 1 for himself. Lifts it up.
Lift mine.
Leans it forward.
Tink,
Clink.
tink. Alright.
Drinks it.
Well,
And he looks at you both. Constitution saving throws.
hey.
What do I add again, Lucy?
+4.
+4. Alright.
Mine's an 18.
I got lucky. 24.
Nice.
Ooh.
It goes down. It has a dull burn to it. Most like you'd expect from an alcoholic drink. But the smell, as it kind of reached your nose, I suppose instinct you wouldn't immediately say this is an alcoholic beverage, necessarily. Is it? Is it not?
Okay.
Hard to tell off first go. You see, he kind of like looks at you both, waiting for perhaps a cough or a wince that doesn't really come. And he nods.
Just leans on the table again, just go on. Yap.
Well, my honesty is that the more you drink, the more likely I am to accept or help or answer. For each question gets one answer per one drink. But the more you drink, the more likely I am to help. So maybe bear that in mind.
What if there's mostly an explanation and then just one question?
Then perhaps I will open the floor for more questions myself, just to sweeten the moment. We would not like it to be boring, eh?
Of course not.
Who goes out to visit friends for just one drink? So,
Make an appetizing offer.
Pause. Another round.
you say you have an explanation and then one request, so maybe I will start.
Okay.
Waits for you to pick up your glasses.
Tick.
Clink. Takes a
Clink.
shot. Constitution saving throws.
Ooh, that's a nat 20 for 26.
Nice.
You have a -1, don't you? Permanently.
Yes.
So you just add a +3.
No, I have.
He's got
I've
it on
put
his.
that
He's
o-
already added them to his sheet.
Yeah. I've made that into my sheet, so I'm just doing math now, basically. Because brain and still
Math.
headache.
Math.
17.
Math.
17.
I
Oh,
found
no.
a calculator on my computer.
Yay!
Oof. Jin, you take 4 points poison damage as the back of your throat starts to burn a little. And you
Strong
see,
stuff.
he looks at you and smiles.
Ah, there it is. My question. You are staying with Magda, staying with Zarmanifax, staying in the guild house, visiting the temples, visiting Toldaran, for people that perhaps aren't from the city. You have a lot of business here. Now, I am not to pry into business that is not my own, but I will ask. With all of the festivities come to pass, why are you still here?
Well, perhaps the explanation will come sooner than you anticipated, because the reason that we're still here is that my kin, 4 of my kin, are currently incarcerated.
Okay. And if I was to hazard a guess, it would perhaps be something to do with the Blue Dragon massacre of the workers' camps, would it not?
You're correct.
I'll sort of lean in. Isn't that technically 2 questions?
You can drink if you want. I was going to give that for free.
And he pours an extra
I
round
just
of
sort of
shots.
smile. I'm just sort of like just trying to ascertain the rules of the game.
Jesus, Jim.
Next round. Your turn.
Tink.
Clink.
Bloop.
Shoots it. Con saves.
22.
Nice.
That is a 19.
Cool. You start to feel a gentle tingle at the back of your throat that lingers.
Your turn.
So, I don't need to explain what happened. You already know what happened. So, let me get straight to the point. I want to avoid the 4 that are incarcerated being hanged this afternoon. Because the 4 that are guilty are not even grown yet. And I don't believe that the death penalty is the right approach when, first of all, they're that young. And second of all, there's a lot to be learned from this.
You know, a lot of things changed when that happened. A lot of useful people died. A lot of money had changed hands, I know you saw.
Kind of like looks over his shoulders, even though there's no one there apart from Captain Croc at the back.
A lot of my boys were making deals, plans, and arrangements in that camp. I know you saw them. A lot of things cannot now be completed because they are now dead.
He pours another round.
So what is your point?
He clinks.
Clink.
Drinks.
Drink.
Con saves.
Drink.
Shot.
No,
Chug.
it's already added on, isn't it? Yeah, it is. That's 18.
Jim?
I've gone out of 17.
17. Jin, you take another 4 points. Poison damage.
Just right, like just.
So, before we get to the point of what you need from me, and how I am to be involved in changing how your kin are incarcerated, is there anything you can perhaps do to make light of the predicament I find myself in with those that are now no longer with us?
I don't know how they were involved with you. I don't know who the people were that unfortunately were killed. But, I mean, the worker camps are full. There's more people. And if things go how I anticipate and hope they go, these 4 will never set foot in the city again. So you needn't worry that it might happen again. You needn't worry anyway. They are no longer hungry.
So if I was to tell you that specific people with specific skill sets at specific times with specific instructions could no longer complete what they had to do, that is okay because those that wronged me won't be here any longer.
Would you be able to lift the veil just a little on the kinds of skill sets that you've now been deprived of?
You see, he smiles and he nods at you.
You see, in a game of questions where each question warrants a drink, sometimes you have to be more forthright. This is not the game for being vague, and perhaps I was vague with my questions. Maybe I want the game to last longer. But you got me quite early, Redman.
Sort of squint at him a little.
Pause another round.
But that was a question, was it not?
There's a question in as far as if you want something from your answer, we need more than just skill set.
And here is your answer.
He jiggles the glass.
I will drink.
Clink. Takes the shot. You see, as he smiles, a bit more of that purple scum appears and he wipes it as he watches you.
19.
Okay. That dull burn starting to get a bit stronger.
You see, in a town full of split house politics, a town of secrecy in parts, a town where those that dwell on the surface deal with handshakes and exchanges of coin. Sometimes it's easy to forget those that dwell below. And sometimes it's easy for those in the metaphorical and the literal higher places to look down upon those below. Now, I do not fear the outcome of potential betrayal or subterfuge, or perhaps what might come if you were to open your mouths for what I am about to say. For there is safety under the sand. So I will honor my word and tell you that I had paid a number of individuals to make their way to House Tolderan to acquire something for me. An item of worth that I am going to need replaced.
We pause another round.
Your turn.
He says with a smile.
Look at Zephyra.
Give him like a subtle nod of,
Take the glass.
Tink.
Clink and a drink.
Tink and a drink. Oh, that's... No, not this time. 15.
15.
Yeah, me too, 15.
Ooh,
Yeah.
fine. We're fine.
You both take 10 points of poison damage.
We're good. We're great. We're good. Don't worry about it.
He sits smiling.
I look behind me to Scaff, who's probably just standing behind us.
Mm-hmm.
How flexible are you these days, Scaff?
Narrow my eyes and enough.
Mm.
In true sense of the game, wasn't that a question?
Well, you're not drinking, so go.
You're not
Scaff.
drinking, and you're also not Perez, so...
All right, Perez. Also, a side eye at Zephyra as I'm going to be saying this to sort of like keep an eye on her response to this. You're probably decently aware of the kind of skill sets we have.
You see his grin widens ever so slightly.
Do you deem us able enough to perhaps, via the ways you had imagined or an alternative method, acquire what you are looking for, or at the very least secure you a way to do so?
He smiles and nods again.
I love this game. I truly do.
Kind of looks at the croc, who kind of chuckles, a guttural chuckle.
There's always a way. I will answer your question. Do I deem you worthy? Well, who knows what skill sets you truly held. But what I will say is you came here with a request. And in the honor of my honesty, I can tell you, I will not accept the request unless you get what I want.
He pours another shot.
Take the glass.
Clink.
Clink.
Drink. Con saves.
19.
16.
Oh, my
16.
luck stops.
Zephyra, you take another 9 points of poison damage.
Under the table, I'm just gonna put like a... Yeah, put my hand on like Jin's leg. Because it doesn't really require any components. I'm gonna use my lay on hands for like 10 points. So no one would really notice.
Okay. Just for argument's sake, give me a stealth check.
You touch your leg. That's a 17.
Okay.
It's not bad for someone who has only like 1 plus to stealth.
So, I will ask you at this point what your request is. So that I can...
I'll look at Zephyra.
I request that as the head of your house, you give us your vote, your voice, to make an exception for those 4 incarcerated, so that they may not be killed this afternoon.
This afternoon poses a timescale that perhaps I did not anticipate. That could make things difficult.
Indeed it does.
Perhaps Azura
anything
could
we
tell
can
you
do?
that I am a man of my word, and as honesty begets. I will say now that if you honor my request, you will have my vote.
He pours another round.
As I grab the glass, I will hold it up to him. As the Lord of Doria Sai, you have my word that whatever you require, you will find a way to obtain. It's just that the method of obtaining needs to be in our hands.
You see, I am not a man to...
And then he looks at the glass and pauses. Clink. Drinks it. Con saves.
Look here, I'm getting lower.
A dirty 20?
12.
12. No.
Dang, fuck, I healed you, you bastard.
Yeah, Jin, you take 14 points of poison damage.
Ooh.
And you can tell this
Ooh.
burn now, the more you drink, it's getting like worse. It's like
Yeah,
like more than alcohol burn and more like I'm probably doing something bad to my throat here. And then he puts the glass down and continues.
I will say that I am not unreasonable, and I would not suggest that, of course, the kind of thing I am asking you to do. However your skill sets revolve, should probably not be done in broad daylight. So I will add this stipulation, maybe courtesy, that I will allow you to acquire my item at your earliest convenience, and I will give you my vote. But the important stipulation that if you do not acquire my item, you will not leave this city. That I promise.
Gonna just push my glass towards him. So, what is it that you're seeking then?
He leans forward in his chair.
If you can describe it as accurately as possible, that would help.
You see, I am a man. He takes a, like, almost handkerchief, like a Hessian handkerchief out of his pouch. Drapes it over his hand and wrist.
Descriptions can be mistaken. I prefer imagery myself.
And as he lifts up the handkerchief, you can see manifests in his hand. Slowly rotating. It is a small statuette of looks like a knight, but you can probably tell by the build that it is most likely dragonborn. You can tell by the knightly mask has a muzzle as part of the helmet. And there are two small horns that curl back that would probably protrude, but in this statuette they're curled round. And in the eye sockets of where the visor of the helm is, there are two deep set emeralds.
A trinket, a token, a statue that some might say is inconsequential or may be put in the back of somebody's collection of those, and he kind of looks up generally. Those who have items of worth. But for reasons that I will not reveal unless you care to drink a lot more, I want that statuette. And to remind you of perhaps the importance, I am willing to stake your lives that I will have it back if I am to give you my word.
With like gin a look. I could probably locate that.
And he kind of nods as you say that. Now, whilst I can give you the visual of the item, that is all that I can give. For as I'm sure you can imagine, I do not frequent House Toldaren's halls, and thus I could not tell you where it is. All I know is that it is definitely in there.
Right.
There are a lot of members of House Toldaren that like to dance in the rain and sing songs to the sky. But if you can acquire me this, well, I will already honor you with my word for your kin.
Right. That makes 3 then. Good. Gonna look at Jin and Scath.
He takes out a piece of parchment from his pouch. And he looks over at Jin, who waved his finger.
Just a drink between you and me, because I'm curious about something.
Each question is one drink. We could be here all
Exactly.
day. Should you hold up to it? And he smirks.
I'm aware. Now I'll drink.
Yep, give me a con save.
17.
17. You take another 16 points of poison damage.
I'm still there, baby!
And you are now poisoned.
Very well. I feel like shit at this point.
Yeah, it's
Titans.
rough now. And it's like
it's rough.
You now have that quite grotesque, I've drank like a whole bottle of something I shouldn't, and like you feel all of the feelings of hungover, sickness, as if you've been on a night on the drink, but you're just not drunk.
I will say, had Titans sort of around his leg. Can I, with my passive, notice that he's...
I mean, other than... I mean, maybe not immediately.
But look, Zephyra, we'll deal with this later. Don't. The question, because I'm curious, and because of, well, we're a little bit more weathered than most. How many people get this far? I'm dying to know.
Only one other for a long time. And I think you know him.
That is so curious. I like your methods. And we'll start
the
to shot up.
It says to Scath, would you like one? Anything you would like to ask?
Any more for the lady?
I know what I need.
Then it is done. With a smile on his face.
Don't leave the city.
Can't. I don't have Azura back.
He writes down on the paper. Slides it across the table.
Roll it up.
A pleasure. Maybe you should come and drink more often. It is always fun.
Consider it.
Fun.
See the croc kind of taps you on the back.
Come on. I'll see you out.
As
Get up and not to Perez.
we're leaving, I'll just push Jin out the door, touch him, and I'll just cure wounds him.
Hey, yo.
Okay.
Because he's looking a little bit...
I mean, You know, I would have, but you know, okay, sure.
Take your hands off my
You
man.
still will have to. Because
Man.
cure wounds doesn't cure poison.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Fine then.
How much do you give? How much do you give
No,
him? No, you've done it now. How much does you
You've
get
done
back? Knock off that spell slot, motherfucker.
it.
19.
Ooh, 19, nice.
19. I will
What level was
shoot
that?
an appreciative glance.
19.
Level 2 was
Give
that?
him.
3.
Oh, level 3. Cool.
Ooh.
I'll shoot him an appreciative glance.
That's for effectively signing me up for a job.
As I walk in,
didn't.
I'm gonna take Jin's hand and I'm gonna use 5 points of my lay on hands pool to cure the poison.
Mm-hmm.
And thank to you too.
We'll get
I
you
better
some
hope
more.
this is worth it.
We'll get you some more, don't worry.
It's like your throat's like pretty uncomfortable, Zephyra, but your throat is on fire, Jin. Even after the healing, there's that lingering. Give me a.
Oh no, I left my water skin with my sister.
Oh no, you're all right. I was going to misplace some lore. Doesn't matter. You didn't actually get poisoned. I was going to make you reminisce on the feeling, but you didn't actually get poisoned. So you make your way back out, up the stair sets, back into that foyer.
Back towards the door.
Yeah, leave house pursuer.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Open the door into the fresh air, warm as it is, and the rain now has stopped. There's the lingering, humid dampness on the air still as you take that breath of outside air once again. But the rain itself has stopped.
I'll sort of glance back at the house as we're leaving and just mutter, just loud enough for Azura and Scaff to hear. I wonder
Zephyra.
how often they change. Or Zephyra, yeah.
So you're shouting loud.
How much did you have to drink, Jin?
Too much.
Fuck yeah.
I wonder how often they change safe house or entry house. Once you know, you sort of know, don't you?
Well, that was unpleasant. Perhaps even more so than Toldarin. But we got what we came for.
I'll throw Zephyr in my water skin.
Thanks. Chug. Ooh. Ooh.
I don't even want to know what that was.
Well, judging by what I just had to do with, you know, my lay on hands, you, pretty sure that was poison. That's why it hurts so much.
Yeah, probably click in your mind at that point, the floaties, the purple scum, the purple liquid. Yeah, it's probably his spit.
You remember when Azura told us this last time, right?
He didn't.
He didn't.
He did.
Oh, he did?
Yes.
Well, that's where we will take a break. I've just noticed it's 8:30. Time flies when you're having fun. So, we will determine what's next on our journey. 10, 15? What we're feeling?
Yep. 15's fine.
15.
15? Okay, we'll be back at 1:45. Thank you all for watching. We will see you soon.
Dwarf Warrior 25 just redeemed taxes.
White chocolate is gross.
Sorry?
It's
White chocolate is
gross.
just. White chocolate is the best chocolate.
White chocolate is just sugar.
Oh, well, yeah, but you don't eat chocolate for its health benefits.
No, but it's gross.
It's not.
Right.
White chocolate is the best flavour of chocolate.
As you all find yourself
Wrong.
stood on the now relatively rapidly drying sands of the city of Dragoon, you have secured 3 votes, despite one of them having a caveat. Over to you.
Make our
What?
way towards House Green.
What did you sign us up for?
Puzzle, Scaff. A puzzle. Hopefully a solvable one.
I don't really fancy breaking into another house to steal an object when we've just got their vote for this.
I
We
mean,
will have to break in.
exactly.
I said I didn't want to do it again, but I do know how to talk to this man.
There might be something in it for him that he may find interesting enough that he would
Who knows?
part with something. I
I
don't
don't-
know, man.
I don't know how valuable this little statuette is, or if it's really just more for sentimental value. Who knows? But we'll find out. We don't really have a time limit on it.
Nope, we just can't leave the city until we do.
No, but yes, I suppose. But
Or
I mean, we can't
talk
leave
about
the
that in private.
we can't leave the city anyway before Azura is back. So
Mm.
we have some time anyway. But let's not worry about how we're gonna get this thing. Now, let's talk to Magda.
Let's hope we don't have to do another favor.
I don't think so, but we'll see.
How are you two feeling anyway?
Oh, thanks to you and Zeph, I'm feeling fine now.
Throat's a bit
You see with
rough, but
visible sweat lingering on his forehead.
I'm great, what do you mean?
You may want to drink a fair bit of water.
Take my water skin, I'll empty it. Still thirsty.
Joe.
Huh, you may be right.
Come on, let's go. So let's just go see Magda.
should like a look at the guild house as we walk by, see if anything's going on.
A queue of people.
Yeah, I got any jobs. I want some jobs.
Where's
Yeah.
our receptionist? We're not open yet.
No obvious activity from the front of the closed doors of the front of the guild house.
Okay.
Would you make your way south past the outskirts of the workers' camp? South towards House Green, where you can see outside A couple of chairs have been placed out. And you can see a couple of red dragonborn. A couple of red dragons. A couple of red dragonborn are sat wearing not a huge amount, a respectful amount, but...
As we're walking, Scath, did you get something in writing from Octavian as well?
Not yet. He gave me his word.
Might be good, since we've got 2 parchments from 2 of the houses. Maybe, I mean, she's probably going to go around for confirmation anyway, the captain, because, anyone could have clawed this together. But he held the quill like a crayon. Just could you maybe go and get a parchment from Octavian too?
Come on, Scaff, you were brave once.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we can also go on the way back to the guardhouse, but...
I mean, it might also come from, like, I know this is for you. Might be better coming from you as well. That way it shows a bit more meaning behind it.
Okay, then we'll just go to the tower before we go back to the guardhouse.
I'm more than happy to go, but obviously I've already been once. He's already given me his word to then go back and say, I need your signature on this, because...
I mean, it's a bit weird if we show up with, like, 3 parchments and then just like, yeah, Octavian agrees too, by the way. He just didn't write anything down. But we can go on the way back to the guardhouse. It's looks at the sky. What time is it?
Yeah, at this point, as you've done the rounds, early afternoon. I've got a couple of hours before what would have been the cut-off, but the captain did say that she won't make any further moves until she'd heard back. So she gave you to today, at least.
Yeah, we still have enough time. Okay. Well, walk up to house school reading.
You see sat outside, probably, it looks almost as if they're trying to sunbathe, but it's only just stopped raining.
Probably missed the sun.
And as you approach, they kind of sit up to be polite. They're kind of like away, they're not right outside the door, they're kind of away to the side a bit, but still on approach and recognising you. Hello.
Hello. Is Magda in?
She is, yes.
Would it be possible to speak to her?
Yes. Just bear with me. There, you see the guy opens the door. You see just on the inside, get a glance of 2 guards. He shuts the door again. A few moments pass. You see the other one that sat there with their eyes closed, kind of opens her eyes, looks. This one's like slightly younger. And with a passive insight, you get that they try to stifle an eye roll, and then they sit up. Hello, guests and friends of the house.
Hello.
They kind of do that awkward on the ball of the foot kind of. I'm just glad that the rain's gone.
Well, yeah, I can understand with your breath weapon is probably a lot easier to use. It's more comfortable, probably.
I've not heard it called a weapon before.
Well, fire burns.
It's good at
Lightning
starting
shocks.
fires. That's...
Yeah.
Never thought of it that way. And they sit back down. Sowed the seed of an idea there, perhaps. The moment passes and the door opens again, and you see stepping out this time the 2 guards. Take point on the outside of the doorway. 2 guards that you don't recognise at this point. Magda steps forward with a smile on her face, but she looks tired. Her hair's up, but in a bit of a messy knot, and she's got a cloth over her arm. She seems to be drying her hands.
Hello, Magda. I'm sorry if this is about time. Just look at her being a bit of a mess. It's
Mother of the house never stops, I suppose.
It's I wish I had a better occasion to come chat with you, but it's quite urgent.
It's okay, you're welcome guests. See, there's urgency.
This is also probably not a matter to be discussed in the door.
Yes, okay. Come in. It's a little messy inside. We're just tidying up after luncheon.
Oh, don't worry. That's fine. Maybe we can help out a little bit?
Yes, I'd never say no to an extra pair of hands. You see, she kind of says with a slightly drawn breath. She's clearly a bit knackered. Come in. Come in. So,
Step in.
she kind of just starts walking through.
Yep, follow.
Moves the beaded curtain out of the way. So, what can I do for you? She starts kind of gathering plates and looks at you for an answer while she's...
I'll just help gather plates and stack them. It's a bit unfortunate with what happened in the camps, but
Oh.
Yes, 4 of my kin have been incarcerated for what happened, and I am looking for a way to get them out of being hanged this afternoon.
Okay. She kind of pushes this plate to the side and lets out a small whistle, and some of the others look over, and
Not just
she takes the cloth and rubs her hands a bit.
put my stack of bowls, plates aside as well. And
Pick up the stack and bring it to wherever it needs to be brought.
I love that Scaff is finding this so funny.
I'm really sorry.
I think he's laughing at something else external.
You need to see
She
that
kind
picture.
I'll have a look in a minute. She nods to Jin and kind of cups your lower back. Kind of moves you over to one side.
I will obviously help out if there's help needed.
Go with her. It's yes, okay. So I won't deny that I'm biased, because obviously they're my kin and they came here for me and they were hungry. I'm not trying to justify what happened. It's just I don't really see the point of children being punished so severely when there's something to be learned from this. Because they're not they're not fully grown. They're maybe 13, 14 cycles old.
See, she kind of furrows her brow and looks away for a second and then nods and then looks at you again.
But the captain of the guard has also informed me and my sister that such matters, exceptions, and the law has to be unanimously decided by the heads of the houses. And
that it does.
we've been to the We have been to the other houses, and I'm pleased to say that we've been successful with bringing forward this request. But of course,
She kind of shoots you a concerned look.
but of course, we can't and wouldn't forego you either.
I dread to wonder how you, gained the favour of the other houses, but I shan't inquire. It's none of my business. As much as I understand the need for punishment, where punishment is due, I kind of looks around the room at everyone helping and... Well, I believe that those who deserve a second chance should be given it. Especially the young, who don't know much better. So if it will help, and as long as everybody else is agreed to help for the right reasons, then I will give you my vote as well.
And she'll visibly have an exhale of relief. And I'm just going to give Magda a hug.
Oh. Okay, love.
Aww.
So, what do you need?
If you could maybe just write me a short parchment and sign it that you're agreeing to this. And I'm pretty sure that even if I bring these parchments, hold up the 2 that I have with me, if I bring these to the guard captain, she's still going to go around to confirm, of course, but...
Well, okay. She kind of nods, goes over to the beaded curtain and looks through. Ephis? I need some parchment, dear. And she comes back in and waits for him. Straight away he's up and he brings in a piece of parchment. Okay. Writes you a short note. Hands it over.
Thank you, Magda.
How is your sister? She gives you a questioning look.
Oh, she's a bit stressed. It's a lot of responsibility all at once. For someplace she's never seen. There's a lot she has to learn. And she could really use some support. I'm sure... Has she introduced herself properly?
She hasn't. I've not really stopped since the...
Oh, I'll make sure we come by. Or I'll send her over at least, so she can have a conversation with you.
Well, Nephane will be leaving on the morrow.
Oh.
I think she's headed... Well, I'm not sure. I've been run a bit ragged and I'm feeling... I'm quite tired this last day or so. So...
Has something happened, Magda?
No, I'm just feeling a bit off colour. It's just... I'll be fine. As I said, a mother's work is never done.
But if you need anything, please do let us know. This is the least I can offer.
It just kind of pats you on the shoulder. Okay, I'm sure I'll be okay.
All right.
Yes, if you need anything else, if needs be, I'm not planning on leaving the house for the rest of the day, so if the captain does need to speak to me herself, then maybe request that she comes my way first. I fear an early night might be in my path.
All right, Magda. I will do.
Well, Is there anything else I can help with? Are you going to be around for this
Yeah,
evening,
we'll be
or are
around.
you?
Oh, we will be around. We can't leave the city until Lizura is back with us. He's currently not here. So we're
okay.
sort of stuck here.
Oh,
But
well,
maybe if you're on this evening, maybe I'll bring over my sister for some dinner.
yes, I'm sure that would be lovely. Well,
Okay.
you. And she kind of turns and kind of wanders away over to Scath and Jin and just kind of gently stops you gathering stuff. Kind of waves and. I'm sure we'll be fine. Good luck, and well, your rooms are there should you need them.
Give her a polite nod and then head through the beaded curtain.
Much appreciated, Magda.
No problem.
Just before I leave, I apologize for my rudeness last time.
I know you had things on your mind. I'm used to frustration.
So,
But I appreciate
have a
your
good day.
apology nonetheless. You make your way back through the beaded curtain, and as you look through, you see making your way down the stairs in quite a casual dress, dissimilar to the robe that the armour that you're used to. You see the tall, slender, now hair unfurled of Miss King. She nods and smiles, but then kind of looks away awkwardly and then goes and sits at one of the tables, takes a book.
I'll give her a nod as well as she is looking, but I'll head towards the door.
It's 2 guards still stood outside, the door's still left open. As you make your way out, the guards give you a formal nod and then step inside, close the doors behind them.
Right. The tower, and then the card house.
That house is
Hmm?
That house is as many leaks as it has people. I'm not sure that she knows.
Let's not poke our nose in. We've got enough on
No,
us.
I just feel bad, Scuff.
I just...
She's genuinely a good person. But not a word that goes spoken in that house isn't retold.
I'm sure she knows more than what she lets on.
Likely.
I'm headed for the tower.
Yeah?
Following.
Yeah, walk and talking.
So you make your way past the worksmen's camps, across to the front of the stair set up to Zarmanafak's tower. So you sat outside, the same copper dragonborn that was sat when Scath went to visit, still at his post. It's only been an hour-ish. Back again with friends. Guests of the
Here to see
Prince
the-
and Octavian, or welcome, of course.
Here to see the master of the house again.
Yes, he's still here. I think he might be a little busy, but I think whatever your visit was last time, he sequestered himself away. But,
It's not a long endeavor. It's just a simple short request.
okay. Well, I shall, is it a message that you need relaying, or do you need to speak to him personally?
If we could just ask him personally, that would be good.
Yes, okay.
Oops.
You see the guard turns and he goes for the handle of the door and then looks over and just kind of takes a piece of wire out from his jackety, armoury segments, holds it up to his mouth and just points upward. Guests of the prince at the door, my lord, requesting an audience. You see, he kind of looks up, thinks to himself, nods. He'll be down momentarily. He kind of looks up towards the leads out, looks up towards the balcony.
All right.
A couple of seconds pass.
Do you happen to have parchment and a quill, maybe, on hand?
I do.
Oh, he does. Perfect.
That's fortunate. I was going to say it's not something I keep for my guard. I probably should. I could probably pass some time with some writing. Maybe I will in future.
I have some ink.
Keeping.
Looks at Scat. I have some ink if you need.
I bought some. Thank you.
A large gust of wind blows itself your way as you kind of look up, and landing in the doorway, a set of spectral wings tucking themselves away. You look up to the tall, if not slightly hunched, form of the master of the house. Bonjour, good afternoon. How can I help?
The Frenchman.
Rebia.
So, first of all, thank you, Octavian. Scath has informed me that you've agreed.
Yes, I gave him my words that I would help if you got votes of the other houses.
We do. And I got them all in writing. So if I could get yours in writing too, to give to the captain before she goes to confirm, that would be very helpful.
I can do this. Have you had any more word from Zohar, the prince?
Looks over at Jin because I'm also curious.
Look at Jin myself.
No word as of this morning, but we didn't manage to get a message across to him. He seems to be alive, but as we might have suspected, he is not on this plane at this time.
You see Octavian kind of, with your passive insight, you could see a wave of relief turns to a wave of frustration, and he rolls his eyes.
Dang it.
But we still
powerful magics are not to be trifled with.
We still have to wait on Ulysses and the time frame for him to bring him back, but...
And what is this time frame?
2 days.
2 days.
Merde. Okay.
It's...
Merde.
I know this isn't probably the time, but it was also some wording that Ulysses also used when Azura disappeared. He believe he said if they want to let him go as well.
I told you powerful magics are not to be trifled with, and if he has been taken somewhere that is not in the material realm, then whoever has him, we are up to their will and their whim, I suppose. But I shall not worry about it. If he can send him away, perhaps he can bring him back.
I'm just glad he's still alive.
As am I.
That is the main thing. As I'm pulling out the parchment ink and quill.
Yeah, he's just waiting for you to... He's not asked for it, he's just waiting for you to produce.
Yeah, you provide.
Yeah.
You want me to write? So you provide something then.
Yeah, no,
leans over to Scaff and takes the parchment. He just like rests it upon his hand, it's big enough. He writes a note in comparatively, like Magda's is quite bubbly and
Love
Yeah.
hearts.
Pursuers is quite sharp. Tolderon's is, if a child knew calligraphy. It's nice, but can tell not written with good form.
It's like,
But
yeah, no, it's nice.
Octavian's is like. So there you go.
Thank you. And I'll take the parchment and add it to the other 3.
If you hear anything from this Ulysses or Zora or anything, please do come and bring that news to me.
Thank you
We
again,
will.
Eunice. Thank you again.
So perhaps there is nothing more that I can do. It is just a waiting time for us all.
Unfortunately.
Well, thank you for coming. I suppose that is more than I knew, and so a small relief.
My head.
You at least deserve to know.
Merci. Okay. Good luck with this, and well, hopefully more change comes soon. And you pick up Jin. You notice that when he says that, he looks over to the skeletal statue of Sarmanifax. Okay, au revoir.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Makes his way inside.
I'll look at Scath and Jin. Before we go to the guardhouse, we should probably go get my sister and the 2 boys.
Fair enough. You want to hand them in anyway?
Yes. Now that I know they're not gonna die anymore.
Little bastards.
They need to have consequences, but shouldn't cost them their lives.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
So, yes,
Oh,
I will
maybe
hand them
we
in.
won't go to jail for aiding and abetting them.
Well, let's hope not. And I'll start going back Guildhouse way.
Following.
Letters in hand. Make your way back to the guild house. Past House Gulreen, you can see that the 2 are back outside, sunbathing, now that the rain has stopped and the clouds are starting to disperse a little over Dragoon. You can see that the storm has continued. It's not just dissipated, it's heading in a southwest kind of direction.
In, have a look.
You get to the guild house.
Yeah. Svitani just open the door. No bother in knocking. Have a look around.
Yep, you look in the foyer. The fire has now been lit. You can see one of the older teens, I suppose. They're just kind of poking it. You can tell they've probably been asked to monitor the fire, but generally there's not that much to do, so they're kind of just...
They're just sitting there staring
doing
intently.
their job.
Mm.
You can see there's one of Vitani's guard stood in one of the corners, just keeping a watch over the foyer. See the little one, the fire lad looks over. Vitani's upstairs.
Thank you. And I'll just head straight
my
to
eye
the
on him.
stairs. It's not one of the boys.
It's not one of the
I know.
the naughty
Oh,
boys.
does it? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'll just go straight up the stairs.
Yep.
I'll go by the fire with the lad, and I'll teach him how to tend the fire.
Okay, listen.
Yeah.
Gotta be real gentle with that fire, you hear? Otherwise it's gonna go out.
He's a fire starter. Twisted fire starter. Yeah, you head
Right.
upstairs
Still has
and yeah, comparative to the dog pile rabble of the others that was there this morning, you can see one of the guard is still stood by the window, which has been firmly closed. And you can see with the door open to the office, you can see Vitani's sat at a desk. She's got a number of parchments spread out in front of her, most of which are empty. And again, she seems to just be staring mostly blankly at bits of parchment. She's done some
Oh, dear.
writing, but probably not
Yeah,
as
I
much as
need
she
to-
could have done.
I need to introduce her to Magda. She needs some motherly guidance. Step into the office. I'm back. We got it.
Oh, here to distract me from my work again, no doubt, sister. And she kind of looks.
Looks at the empty parchments.
Yeah,
like
she just puts the quill down. Please tell me you have good news.
I do. We got all 4 houses to agree.
She kind of looks at you. Your cheeks are flush. Are you okay?
Yeah, just the head of house pursuer had us in a bit of a drinking game. Don't ask.
Day drinking, sister.
I much rather would have had alcohol. I won't lie, but it's fine. We're good. We
Okay.
got
The
what we
game is
wanted.
drinking poison and seeing how resistant you are.
Zephyra.
Don't get into a drinking game.
Zephyra. It's fine. I can counter any poison. It's fine.
I was off worse.
Magic fingers.
Kind of looks at Jin and kind of gestures to the forehead.
A bit
Still
sweaty,
sweating.
love. Do you wanna go clean up real quick, love? Looks over at Jin.
Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah. Good
I'll
idea.
find like a place to clean up, I guess. Like a barrel of water in it. I don't know.
Yeah, easy enough.
I'll put the 4 parchments on the table in front of me. We've got all 4 houses to agree. We just need the 2 boys now.
Ah, you see Vitani turns and sitting quietly in the corner of the office. You see Taslasar and Kalkamar. Well, you see the 2 of them kind of shuffle forward. Like, trying not to meet your eye.
Mm-hmm. The good
Well.
news is, boys, you're not going to die.
Today. Where's the fool?
In the cells.
So he looks a little bit sheepish.
He's a good brother, you know.
You can see that cocky demeanour's completely left him now. He's just realised and probably had a telling.
You're not going to die today. But you are going to be punished for what you did.
Kind of looks at his hands and plays with his fingers and his claws a little bit. Will it hurt?
It'll most likely be laborious. You put those young muscles to work that you have. But your brother will go free. You must tell the truth once we're at the guardhouse. I expect it.
Yeah, give me persuasion or intimidation. Your choice.
Oh dear. They're both the same. I'm gonna be. You know what? I think I'm gonna dirty 20 intimidate.
And kind of just looks away from you, but nods.
Mm-hmm. Vitani, can I borrow one of your guard, maybe? Or do you want to come with?
I can go as well. I think it'd be nice for us to be there.
Mel looks at the empty parchments in front of her again.
Yes,
It's not like
okay.
you're missing out on much.
I've been dreadfully busy, I'll have you know.
I have someone you should meet who could probably give you lots of guidance on this. Some good motherly advice.
Kind of rolls her eyes a bit. Right.
Right.
Come on then, you two. Stand tall. Keep your hands to yourselves. Yes, princess. Go on. And they make their way out. She follows.
Yep. I'll go as well. Like down the stairs.
Down the stairs.
Down the stairs.
Scaff's doubled the size of the fire, and the kid's like,
Ooh, oh yeah.
If you throw this as you're coming downstairs, I'll. That's a lesson for another day, my student.
my Padawan.
Scaff, are you teaching our young ones how to do arson?
Nope, just mainly to keep the place warm so adventurers will want to come into a warm tavern.
In the warm
Honest Gov.
desert.
Honest Gov.
Great idea. In the warm ass desert. Great.
You can never be too warm.
Yeah, you can. This whole city is too warm.
Anyway, manacles?
We won't need them.
Okay, let's go.
We'll just have a quick look around if Jin has joined us again after
Yeah.
cleaning himself up.
Easy enough, follow down.
Your face is still wet. He wipes a bit of water off his brow this time.
See? Fire. Dry that off. See? Perfect.
Or I could just dry it off. Wipes it away.
What you want to do in behind closed doors?
You see the lad kind of looks up slowly.
I just look at him.
Plants a poke in the fire.
Ew, girls,
Girls.
gross.
So you make your way out of the guild house once again to the opposite side of the city. Past House Gulreen, the workers' camps. So Manifax Tower casting its large shadow like a big sundial across the city as the shadow moves throughout the day. The now drying sand leaving warmer footprints than damp and sandy. You make your way to the guardhouse. Again, looking over to the corner at the south corner of the city, you see the gallows ready and prepared.
Look at the gallows. Look at the two boys. See if they have any
they're
reaction.
both like intentionally not looking.
Mm-hmm. Step into the guardhouse, go to the reception desk.
See the guard, now a male guard. It's probably been a change of shift. I've been told to expect your arrival. I will fetch the captain.
Thank you.
He goes round the back. You hear the unlocking of a door. Footsteps beyond the wall. We see the two lads are kind of stood there like they've been tucked to the headmaster's office. Obviously don't want to be there.
Yeah, well.
You see Calcamar, like, even though his cocky demeanour's gone, Taslasar's still kind of like, he's He's a young lad, isn't he? He's a young lad. But Calcamar is obviously a bit more, despite having that feral murderer in him. Now that all things have calmed down and the hunger's gone, he's pretty much just a young lad now.
Well, if it isn't the consequences of your own actions.
Oh, shit! You hear a call from the end of the corridor. And you look down, you see the captain at the far end, where they'd let you in. Gives a wave.
I'll gesture for the boys. Go on.
They make their way through, and as you go through, there's 2 guards and the captain. Are these the 2? You see the captain looks down at them both, and they both, they're just looking at the floor.
I'll give them a bit of a nudge.
Well, I'm glad you made the decision to bring them in. I was worried I'd have to come storming the guild house tonight.
I have also brought something else. I'll get the 4 parchments.
Captain takes them, looks at the first, the second, and each one she reads, her eyebrows raise a little more. Finally,
She's like, oh shit, really?
finally reads Octavian's. Well, perhaps I underestimated the resourcefulness of a sister on a mission. Kind of taps the parchments on her hand. Well, kind of pauses for a second, looks at you all, looks at Zephyra, looks at the boys. I think an important conversation is to be had. Wouldn't you say, boys? They both kind of nod. Now I hope you know that you are under arrest at this point. You are to be put in the jail until we discuss and determine what your punishment will be. Again, they nod. And I think one of you has someone to be very thankful for I hear that perhaps some of these, or two of those in the shells shouldn't be there, should they? She takes a deep breath. Come on then. So she takes out a ring of keys, kind of jangles them, so the boys can obviously see, and she kind of looks at you and smirks a little bit, kind of taking the piss a little bit.
It's like, yeah, we're gonna scare these kids.
You little shits. You're going to jail, boys.
Let's give her a bit of a nod.
She leads them to the doorway, unlocks the doorway. I wouldn't normally do this, but I suppose it would, consequences of the actions, I believe I heard your sister say. And she holds up one key, gives it to Taslasar. You can let your brother out. And he's like, oh, fuck. He goes over to the cell and puts the key in and unlocks the door, and you see immediately Navul turns. You see he rolls his eyes, shakes his head. Well, didn't expect to see you again, you little shit.
Fair.
Yeah, just gives him a clip round the ear hole as he swaps place, but then gives him a little brotherly half hug. It'll be okay. He see he kind of stretches a stretch as if he'd been manacled or chained, and he hadn't. He's just been in the cell, but it's one of those, perhaps, freedom stretches.
Mm-hmm.
The captain takes the key out, finds the next key, hands it to Kalkamar, and you see he kind of partially rolls his eyes like, oh, not me too. He goes
Oh
to
yeah, you too.
the other cell, unlocks the door, and you see Brazier is sat on the stool. Not the stool, sorry, the cot kind of thing. And he's kind of got his head hunched, and he's just looking forward, and he's got his fingers like this. And he gestures to Kalkamar. Kalkamar looks at you. He kind of nervously shuffles in. Brazier taps on the cot.
It's not very comfy. But you've got thanks to give. After all.
You see he stands up, kind of clicks his neck. And he walks out and gives Zephyra a nod. Just stands to one side. The captain shuts the gate. Takes the key out. Don't go anywhere, boys. She kind of like looks at you again and gives a look like that joke never gets old. Say that to
Stay
him.
right where you are.
Yeah.
Don't move.
Yeah.
BRB.
Police jokes. You bitch, you ain't going nowhere.
Wait for me a second, will you?
Leads you back outside with Navul and Brazier. Well, you two are... well, technically free to go, and I shan't apply the troublemaker tax to you two, but a stark lesson has been learnt here, I believe. Be sure your sins will find you out. But I think a conversation is to be had with Zephyra and Guildmaster Vitani. And I believe Lord Sherzan. She gestures towards her office again. Would you like to attend as well? I'm sorry, sir, I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Looks at Scath.
Just shake the head.
Right, well. Can't imagine this should take too long. Please.
Step
Make
into
your
the
way
office,
into the
my
office.
sister.
She sits down behind the desk again. There's two
I'll sit
seats.
as well. Yeah, I'll
What?
sit as well.
One of you will have to stand.
I'll stand next to Zephyra.
Vitani kind of
Arms
sits down.
crossed.
So I believe there were terms of a punishment to be discussed. I see you've gained the favour of the houses. So I will consider the exchange of these votes complete.
Mm-hmm.
And for clarity, these votes are to change the punishment of those of the incident most recent. That punishment was suggested labour, at least until the completion of the works required at Dorius Eye. And then,
At the very least.
suppose, based upon attitude, performance, to a satisfactory degree, then perhaps another evaluation could be done at that time. Then I will see it done.
Look over at Vitani to see if she has anything to say about it.
She kind of looks at you and pipes up. I'm sure that I can remain in contact with Doriusai. I would imagine contact will be made with all of the local establishments, and so I can keep you posted on the city's behalf. Captain nods. Then it will be done. She takes a bit of wax, lights a candle on the desk. She lets the wax melt a little, and then holds the 4 corners of the 4 parchment, folds them over each other, puts wax across the corner to seal them together. She pulls out a large tome-like ledger. She slides the parchments in, closes the ledger, puts it away. Then I believe the boys will be released pending arrangements of transportation and other such details.
I'm just gonna look over at Jen. Do you maybe, before they leave with the escort, want to give a formal order to your guard back in Doriusai?
Order will be given. I have a way to communicate directly.
Okay. Perfect.
Then the boys shall remain here in the cells until such arrangements are made, and I shall await your word upon it. We will arrange for the transport. She kind of gestures loosely where you'd know outside with those caged carts. Then I thank you for the efforts made, and hopefully important lessons will be learned over the next period of their lives.
That is all I can hope for. But thank you for offering the opportunity to even make such arrangements, Captain.
You're welcome. We were all young once. And perhaps, murder's not usually part of that. Mistakes are made, I understand. But unless there's any other business to conclude, then I shall await your word.
Over at Butani if she needs anything else.
Again, once Lord Shozan has made his arrangements, then we will let you know, and once everyone is ready. She thinks for a second. Well, perhaps, unless all of the arrangements are to be made with yourself, Captain, perhaps I have some that could help on the transport, and maybe, kind of gestures to Jin, maybe there are some others that might want to travel along in less forced circumstances.
And if they would want for a job that is paid and honest, to help them acclimatize to not living in the mountains.
Indeed. We do have a
Oriusai
number of
has
them.
plenty of people.
We do have a number that aren't to outstay their welcome in the city. I am aware of that still, Captain, and she kind of nods. I shan't apply pressure, but of course some expedience would be appreciated.
You give me moments to collect my words, then I will send a message ahead right now.
The captain kind of looks a little impressed. Well, feel free to take at least today. Perhaps at least one night in the cells would benefit them. She kind of raises her eyebrow.
Well, the order can be given today. You can ship them off tomorrow.
Very true. That's what I would do.
Yes, perhaps transports starting at first light would be more beneficial.
And we can also then send over any of the others of our kin that wish to travel to go along.
Then it will be done. Okay. The captain stands up. Kind of gestures towards the doorway as she makes her way over and opens the door.
I'm just gonna. I'm standing, but I'm waiting for Jin to do his order, so the captain also hears that it has been given, so she can be sure.
This is two prisoners to come on an escort soon.
The two that was released, are they out in the hallway with myself? Or did they go into the office?
They've kind of lingered nearby without instruction.
Others follow.
Alright. Whilst obviously they're having the meeting in that office, and obviously I'll speak to them too. I'll be like, that was a very honourable and noble thing you did. And we've made great strides to make sure they will live. And we're going to make it so the city changes the laws. You have Zephyra to thank for pushing this.
Well, it is appreciated, but couldn't see... honestly couldn't go on knowing that my little brother was taken, but I will settle for putting him to work over putting him to death. But I suppose thank you for any hand that you had in helping.
You don't need to thank me. I'm doing this for Zephyra. She has a strong bond with you as a kin. And this was dear and near to her heart. Everyone deserves a second chance. Everyone has the right to make right the wrongs they have done.
Yes, I suppose a lot of us have a lot of wrongs, but
there is a bit of advice. Obviously, the temples are always a good place to confess one's sins and ask for forgiveness. I know Zephyra follows her god, her deity. I follow one. Jin has his one.
I totally didn't forget the name.
No, I remember them. I'm just not saying them.
Mm-hmm. You sure,
follow
buddy?
A god?
But it is a bit worth to going to the temples and seeing which deity or god calls to yourselves.
You see one of them's kind of just rolling his eyes a bit, just like completely disinterested. The other one kind of nods.
well, I'm sure a lot of us have a lot of decisions to make on where we will go. I don't know how many will decide to go back into the mountain. But maybe it's time that we all go elsewhere.
You have the future in front of you. You forge your own path.
I also don't think any of us have had that freedom before.
Use Zephyra as your example. Look where she was, and look at where she is now. Use that as your building block to your futures. Learn from your elders, and you will find your path.
So they both nod. Well, I don't know who you are, but I think if you follow Zephyra, then you must be a good friend.
We are good friends. The bitch she can be. I'm only joking. I don't say that.
They're about to square
That'd
up
be
and go
fighting
back
words.
to jail. They're about to go back to jail, she said. What?
Yep, Jim?
I have my 25 words. So I'll take out the sending stone. This is Chosen Jin. 2 Dragonborn prisoners are coming under escort soon. Put them to work. Other Dragonborn follow. Offer them paid work if able.
See a few seconds pass. A voice rings out from the stone. Your word is our honour, Lord Shozan. We will make preparations and anticipate their arrival soon.
Okay. I'll look at the captain.
Captain nods, and you see she's nodding along as the message comes back through.
They're ready for them.
And I will start to make arrangements. Night in the cells. And then,
At least one.
We'll send any that want to travel along with to meet you here at daybreak.
I will prepare a travelling card as well as the transport cards. That will be done.
Right. Thank you, Captain.
Well, I can't say it's been a pleasure under the circumstances, but it has been a lesson learned for many. It has certainly not been a displeasure, at least. She kind of nods with a small smile. Now, as probably the most seasoned civilian to walk these halls, hopefully it won't happen again. But I wish you the best on your future endeavours. May they be crime-free. She gestures to the door, opens it, steps outside.
Yep. It goes well.
A guard makes his way down the hall a little and nods to you all and gestures towards the exit. Escorts you all out.
Alright.
I'll just look at the 2 that have been released.
So yeah, Navul
Especially-
and Kazir kind of adjust their eyes a little. Does anybody have any
water. I'm not hungry, but I have a little dry mouth.
Just look at Scarf, because I gave him as well. I don't have one. I gave mine to Vitani and never got it back. So
I probably would have refilled mine at the guild house.
Vitani realises and... Oh, yes. Takes the water skin out. Hands it to Navul. He has a few gulps.
Oh, thank you, Princess.
And he kind of just puts his hands up.
What is next in life for us all? I think this is the first time that we've not known exactly what we should be doing.
Vitani kind of pipes up. Whilst I cannot deny that I will always be your princess, I am also not your dominant charge anymore. You are free to do as you please, and whilst I'm conscious that you're not technically welcome in the city, should you wish to follow your brother, that might be wise. And Navul says, yes, I would be going with Taslasar. She looks at Brazier.
I will maybe converse with the others and see what popular opinion is.
Kind of stretches his arms a bit.
Says, I'm not afraid of some heavy lifting. I think staying with Navul might be wise.
You see Navul kind of gives him a friendly elbow. Well, I will take them back to the guild house, and explain the situation. You can come as well, should you wish, or if you've got other things to do.
yes, I'll come with you. We have. Oh well, looks at this guy. We still have a few hours, but for dinner, I would like to introduce you to Magda.
Okay, well, we have some time. We will make preparations, give explanations.
Until then, I just need a bit of a breather.
Yes, no doubt you deserve it, sister. You've done well. As you all have, thank you for your efforts, truly.
Are we using this as the first guild quest complete?
I suppose, on a technicality, I do have access to guild funds that I could reach into.
Kerecekian, no. No. That's fine. He was only joking.
You see the joke just went like straight over her head. She just took you seriously. Like, oh, well. Speaking of which, as much as those blank parchments won't write themselves,
if you need help with anything, just let us know.
Let's go and rest first.
And the guild house will be a safe place where we can discuss our next step.
Well, you're welcome to stay again, as tight as it might be. Otherwise, I believe you have other places you can go. It's up to you where you should rest your head.
I mean, we'll see after dinner. The room at Magda's was quite nice. Looks over at Jin.
Was for some people. I had to cover my ears.
See
So
Vitani
dramatic.
cocks her head a little bit and then looks at Zephyra and cocks her head in a different way.
It just smirks.
Well, come on.
Start walking.
You all make your way back to the guild house.
Make my way down.
And, well, we'll call it there. Just before 10 o'clock.
Ooh. We did it! Yay!
Another few hours. Once again, another 4-hour session for 4 hours of the day. We're now mid to late afternoon.
Well,
we did it. We did it.
Was an important roleplay point, wasn't it?
Yeah. Important discussions need to be had. Important contacts were met. And then another important task to discuss.
Quiet.
But yes, thank you all for watching. Yeah, real-time RP, more kippers. That's it. 4 hours for 4 hours. 2 sessions. 8 hours of a day. Well done. Mr. Dwarf might not be here next week, but I think either way we will probably still play if everyone else is available. And, probably some more roleplay points to cover. I imagine Mr. Dwarf might need to be... maybe not. But I imagine his presence might be required for the task at hand, but maybe not. Maybe Zephyra will just walk in and flash her tits. We'll see.
I mean, that would probably work.
We shall see.
Totally.
But until next
pretty
time...
glorious.
Yeah.
I mean, Zephyra and the Tana, double barrel.
We will see what gets discussed and what plans are made. But until next time, everybody, thank you all for watching. A pleasure once again. And we'll see you next time.
Ciao for now.
Goodbye.
Peace.
Goodbye.
Bye bye.